everybody! We're
Hello.
doing more of this game.
Yes, I am Matt
That's
Naha.
Matt.
Yes, that is me. I am Matt Naha. This is DM Nix. We are here together playing Eolas yet again. This is episode 12 now of our
hmm
little joint stream thing that we're doing in DM Nix's world that I'm helping to world build, play characters in, voice act, do all the things. We have our new characters here today as well. So we've got some new fancy graphics here for you, and we'll introduce you to these characters with their new portraits and everything. How are you doing, bud? Like, I know you've had some stalker going on just before, and
I am going crazy. I need to go get my daughter because my wife is trying to do something else and she's screaming. So you introduce everyone.
hello, hello. Oh yes, wonders of having children. Yeah, so we are gonna introduce everyone to at least my new characters, and when DM comes back, he might say a little bit about his own. And so on this side of the screen, we have my characters. We have Willow Rosed here, who is a dwarf champion. And she is uh, a grandeur based champion, which you'll see all about later on. So really cool stuff going on. She is trained in gladiatorial law and dwarf law. Um, and she has some cool things. Um, can make people off guard as well as dazzled. We can cure conditions. We have a inspiring martial stance, which will make everyone a little bit better. There's all sorts of things going on. That is Willow. And hey, Grey Ghosto, good to see you, bud. Um, Thank you for being here. And a hydrate, thank you so much. There it is. Good old fashioned water here. Hmm. It is pretty warm here today, so thank you for that. Yeah, so Willow will be speaking in a pseudo Gaelic Scottish Irish accent because why not? Um, in fact, I'm going to be channeling Amiri a little bit, what I was doing there. And then my other character is Nashmiko here, who is a lizard folk druid. He has some cool things as well. Um, he has spells of all different types. Have to do that. That's all right. We'll work it out into lizard folk lore and scouting. In fact, there is a training that I haven't do that. So, expert. Whoops. And that is him. He has pretty cool things like wrestling. Be all about him later. Speak in a kind of Argonian type accent thing. Gonna see what we can. And of course, his animal companion, the dromaeosaur, like a little raptor dinosaur thing, called Hist, and Hist is going to be running around very fast and hitting things with jaws and talons. So that is going to be lots of fun as well. So those are my characters. Hey, Elasriel, good to see you, buddy. And then
Yeah. If you want to introduce mine, that would be appreciated. I'm trying
sure,
to help her not scream.
okay. Um, yeah, and so DMNix is going to be playing Kumuzu here, who is actually, you can't really tell from there, but he is actually a centaur cleric, and he has a awesome Kopesh, um, and has some pretty damn cool stuff going on. Um, Religion, athletics. Um, he's got some nice holy symbols on his gear. Uh, all sorts of fun things. Has a little bit of alchemy, not very much, but just a tiny bit. Some spells, lots of healing spells, because healing is useful. And finally, we have Nazaru here, also being played by DMNix, who is an orc thaumaturge, which is like a how do you explain a thaumaturge? It's like a witcher, I guess. They have all of these
Monster
symbols.
Hunter,
Monster
Witcher,
hunter, yeah.
Beast Hunter, a
Uh,
hunter destroyer of the unnatural.
Yeah. Um, he's a charismatic character, our only charismatic character. Has some bon mot, exploit things' vulnerability, and find out about things pretty quickly. Um, and has a weapon and amulet to do that with. Um, and an Aldori dueling sword. Be interesting. Forward. So those are our characters. Um, it's a very different party to our other one, and what we did, if you tuned in last week, was say that these characters have been handpicked by a very prominent figure in Briarbridge, the watched city of Forlorn Forest, where all manner of bad things dwell. And these folk have been handpicked to go into that forest and try and find enough food for the rest of uh, the people, because house has been spoiled, and so
Yeah,
these fine
evil
adventurers have
villains are
been
at work.
built from ground up to hopefully have a lot of synergy, be able to work together pretty well, be able to support each other's weaknesses, hopefully. We are yet to see how effective that is. We have tried our best, but we don't know just yet. And we don't even know if they're going to get along because we haven't even passed that with each other. So it should be very interesting as these characters
Oh yeah.
go for a united purpose for
So,
sure. They're all there for the
mhm,
same thing. But
right
maybe.
now, I will say I had the idea that Kamzuzu is um, he worked in the morgue, the graveyard for the people, but he was a cleric and skilled, so that's why he was picked. Um, I mean, he's a monster hunter. It's not a surprise why he was picked. Um, Willow, good leader, warrior. That makes sense. What about
Nushmiku?
Nishmiko?
Well, he has lived for a long time in and around the forest and traversed there many times, and in fact has proven his worth by taming one of the wild creatures therein. And
making him a very valuable asset because he is the nature slant in an area that
is nature?
is just nature.
Hmm.
Mm.
And Hist is terrifying. But we'll see how we go. Should be very interesting how all of
Yeah,
this pans out. We don't know. We haven't tried this.
no,
we're about
no.
to. And
We're gonna
so
have fun with it either way.
these folk are sort of.
So, just one other thing I just thought of,
Mm,
just to point out for everyone. Now, if you missed last week, we pointed out that we're calling this Forlorn Forest to have, the FF for it, because we're going to get all the Fs for, failure and fatality. But also because if you are familiar with computer games, there's this game called Darkest Dungeon.
ah,
And we're kind of feeling that's kind of the style that may happen for anyone who's wondering.
yeah, there could be all manner of nasty surprises waiting for us, and there probably will. There probably will. So buckle yourselves
It's
in,
going to be bad.
folks.
It's going to be bad. We know it's going to be bad. I mean, that's part of why we built them the way that we did. Um, I thought about building more of a tank than Nezaru, but Nezaru has the benefit of being able to tell us what weakness things has, and that's very advantageous. And he is a bit of a tank
Yeah, he's
in
no
some ways
slouch.
because he is scar thick skin. He has Die Hard from his Hold Scarred orc. So he already has Die Hard on top of that. And so that means with his thick skinned, his flat checks for getting over bleeding and stuff is 10 or 5. And he also has an additional wound in dying condition capability through the Die Hard aspect. So he's no slouch, that's for sure. You die
Yeah,
at dying 5 rather than dying 4. I mean that is pretty big.
very, very. Um,
Pretty big.
yeah, and so we have a task to do.
Mhm.
The
So,
perhaps they have worked together. Perhaps they
yes,
have seen each other before. We don't know, but
they're at least all
certainly,
familiar with each other. They're from the same town.
yeah.
They've at least had some dealings with each other.
But Briarbridge is a heck of a town. Is the last
That's why
bastion of
everyone knows everyone.
civilization before the Forlorn
The
Forest, and it is
Forlorn
full of
Forest.
training and trained individuals to, tame some of those threats. And so,
Yeah. A lot of people just call it the Forbidden Forest to make it short because that's what it is too.
Forbidden, Forlorn,
Yes.
all the Fs.
It's a not a nice place.
All right, comrades. It is time we gather together, for we have a task to do.
Indeed. I take it you're the one assigned to be leading this ordeal. Who put her in charge? I didn't
Nobody.
agree to that.
Nobody put me in charge, but I I am here to do my job. And so are you.
Yeah, what's that scaly one coming in doing?
Why don't you bite my backside?
Certainly. Come on over and I'll do it. I can skewer your backside on my tusks.
Hmm. Sounds spicy.
Before or after I lop it off with my sword?
Perhaps both.
You got some spice seasoning in your bag or something? Can we all just calm down? There's no need for this. Dwarf, what is your name again? It's been a while since I've been with you.
You can call me Willow, lad.
Very well, Willow. Would you inform our dear companions of our assignment again before it seems their brains have slipped and they may have forgotten the task at hand?
It's rather simple, actually. You see, two of the tribes, uh, they lost their food because the caravan from Sovesa was somehow by someone. We have our beliefs, but we don't. Was infected, and so we don't have enough food for everyone. And it is our duty to trek into the Forlorn forest, where we might find ourselves some juicy meat, some fresh vegetables, and whatever else we might find to supplement those tribes so that we don't all die over winter.
And as you know, winter is not far off. So, my dear companions, can we get along and do our task? Let's start by introducing ourselves. Willow here mentioned her name is Willow.
I
I
am
am
a
Kamuzu.
champion of Briar Bridge, and I have trained under the clerics of light.
I have seen you there many times. As you know, I am the keeper of the graveyard. Many of your fallen fellows of town have been buried at my hand, so that their spirits might rest. I ensure there is no walking dead amongst our town.
They judiciously called our unit, the one I trained with, the Grey Maidens. Don't know why they named them the Grey Maidens, but that's what they did. And no doubt you've heard of us. We wear this
I've, I've buried
specially honed armor, which is built for us women kind, because all the Grey Maidens are women.
Indeed, I am familiar with that. Well, I don't know about having a lady folk with us. They're softer and gentler than us manly folk.
You care to try that fancy, uh, those fancy words? I'll make you eat them.
If you insist, we can forestall our mission and see how the commander feels about that.
I don't know about you, but I care less about the commander and more about our people going to starve.
Fair point. Well, since the equine creature decided to say we should introduce ourselves, I'm Nezaru, slayer of beasts and monsters. That's my task, that is my calling. I seek them, I know them, I slay them.
Well, that sounds like a mighty fine thing that you've got going on there.
What about you, Cold Blood?
I'll show you how cold I am. smooth skin.
Have you seen my skin? It's not exactly smooth anymore. Reptile.
Speaking of reptiles, and then out of the underbrush just leaps this raptor the size of a person, completely over Nashmiko's head, and turns to him and just like darts out its amber tongue.
I could see it being like a little puppy or kitten just coming to like play with its master, and it's like like this ravenous, creature who's like just like super playful with his master being here. Hi, master. Hey, cruel thing. Welcome in.
And you can name this one Hist, but he won't be taking your direction. He will only be taking mine.
I think he could take a direction of mine. Be parted, but he seems like an interesting critter. I'll give him a chance. Very well. Shall we press on to our task? Now, we know the forest is very dangerous, and I do believe we should be of utmost caution and wary.
Not so wary that it's going to slow us down to a snail's pace, though. We don't have that much time.
That is true.
So,
But if we do not want to be hasty and run into dangerous situation unprepared and unaware.
yes. Speaking of that, Nushmiko, that's your name, right? Yes, that is my name. That is what I guessed. Right, well, ah, do you know what the weather's gonna do for the rest of the day? I wouldn't be surprised if we are in for a wet night.
Then we should make sure we have good tent ready to set up, or similar shelter.
Well, the captain gave me this one. I'm not sure if it's
Unless
gonna
we
fit
plan.
you in its beast, but uh perhaps
You're
perhaps your
calling
backside
beast.
can lay out the side of it.
Who are you, beast? Short one.
You could take up the entire tent almost by yourself.
It's
Normally for
not
four
my
people.
I am. Well,
Right, we'll just have to make it work.
do what we can.
I'm imagining it's pretty early. I imagine
Yeah.
he's gotten us up early to meet each other and to trek into this forest. So
Continue. Tarry not.
how do you want to do the entry of the forest? I've given us some stuff to explore some way in.
I saw. You got some nice map here. So I'm going to zoom out, show everybody the pretty map.
Put a map.
Matt did a great job. Boom! Awesome, Matt. Awesome. I would think we probably would rely on our friend Shmikro to kind of show us the path, given
Well,
that
I
he's
can
more of a
tell you which
forest.
way not to go, and that is too far north, Smooth Skin. Too far north, and you will find yourselves in the grasps of the vampire lords of the forest. Yes, they do not look kindly upon those that can bleed and are not already dead.
Well, like I said, I believe you're the most skilled to say what we worry that we need to provide provisions for our people. Do you wish to lead the trek, as that is your domain?
I can do it. Make sure you keep up, though, Smooth Skin.
I believe I should be able to do so.
And with that, Nishmiko won't stretch his limbs. Bounce around a little bit. Come, Mist.
You know what's funny? Is that Hist we couldn't keep, but Nushmiko can actually be out sped by the rest of the team.
Yes. Yeah, he's not especially fast. With
Nope.
a speed of 25. I'm like,
Kamuzu is decent speed at 35. But yeah,
alright, and with that, he
not
takes
50.
off at a little jog, and the others can keep up pretty easily. He's gonna make some survival and
Yeah.
perception checks, and we're gonna see what the situation is because we're apparently
Do we want
rolling
everyone
low.
to do perception checks or not?
Um, yeah, I mean it's their first time out. They don't really necessarily fully trust each other yet. It makes sense that those.
Basically staying on alert.
Mm-hmm. Just as well because Nico is relatively confidently going in. Apparently. Oof!
Woo!
Righto.
Nice, Willow. Yeah, on Willow.
Mm. Yeah, so critical success. So we make good time heading into the forest, and yeah. So how do you want to do it? Do you want to do this map first? It's going to be a day or two into our trek. Um,
Sure. Um, Basically, we go through the forest. A lot of the animals know it better than us, so they avoid us, and we're looking for things that are edible.
all right.
So, we'd avoid the felines and the canines and such because that's it's not edible, and we need to make sure it's edible.
Indeed. So,
Eating things like that are very parasitic. Even technically, omnivorous creatures tend to be more parasitic than herbivores.
hmm,
So we're looking more for beasts that would be classified as, that edible sort.
all right. So about a day and a half or so into our trek into the forest, we've come across few small things that we've really not had an issue dealing with. Some small threats, maybe a little minor fog
Yeah,
here or something like that. Some treacherous terrain, maybe some sort of low level
some wither,
beastie
some
that we've
swamps, some
laid.
bugs,
Yeah.
some wolves.
And then after a while, after about a day and a half, Willow stops just briefly, looks around, goes, I I think I'm smelling something odd. Something's on the air, folks. It's not, natural like those trees and plants that we were chewing on earlier that you gave us to. And I'm feeling pretty nice afterwards. Congratulations on finding those. Those are good to keep the spirits up. But can anyone smell that? It seems much out of place. It smells like Well, not like burning, but
Hmm.
no.
It is
And
a strange smell.
she will sort of gesture to the south. Um,
Mhm.
sort of go. I think it's coming from that way. And she draws her weapon and shield, and just in case.
Yep.
I'm not sure I like the smell of that.
It is prudent to always be prepared when we're in the beast domain.
All right, and just
And
so that you know,
ready.
if you haven't had training with the Grey Maidens or the others of our particular training schedule, it is best if you stay close to benefit from me shouts and direction. I'm not saying that I am the best leader in the world, but if you stay close, then you'll and rally to me banner. I think you'll find more often than not that it'll be better for you than wandering too far off. That's what they train us for, after all. Keeping everyone in safety.
Indeed, I have heard much about the power of the Grey Maidens to help those who are near them as allies.
All right, well, let's see what we can find over there then. Shmiko, do you want to send Histon to go and scout? Or how do we want to approach this? That may be prudent. He is native to this forest after all. Perhaps whatever is out there won't realize that he is more civilized company.
Hopefully, he can find us something to butcher. I'm wanting to get a good hunt.
Alright, so
Not bad.
Miko will make his way and will find some ruins. Come back. Nishmiko, his cannot talk, will come back. There's a warning glare in his eyes, darting back and forth. Seems to be moving back and forth. Ah, yes. Seems that Hist has found something.
Does it seem like it is a danger, or should we move in to investigate?
I would say that it probably will be dangerous, yes. Best to stay cautious and, like the lady said,
Very well.
a small distance.
Blades at the ready, then.
All right, so we will make our way. Hist will dart into the shadows. Looks like there's some sort of old ruin here. Signs of a stone building, long deteriorated. Looks like nature has taken it over. Oh, and I spot a. Is that a flame? All of you can now smell, being this close, something bubbling and potentially burning down to the south. Um, and as we approach, you can see a skillet sputter and pots threaten to boil over, splashing contents all over the place.
It seems as though someone has left their campfire and left it unattended, and it's about to have a bubbling over. I don't like the sound of it. Nothing seems natural about that situation. People don't leave food. So he's going to look up around the structure.
Hmm. He
I don't like
sees
it.
a campsite. Effectively, there is a tent that's been set up here, uh, and no sign of any occupants at this stage. However, um, why doesn't Nazaro roll me a perception check to
Mhm.
see how much he can smell, see, hear, all those things. All right, there seems, yeah. I mean, you can certainly tell that the cooking is not right. It definitely has been left on there too long. But yeah, you don't see any signs of inhabitants.
Fires don't stay like this unattended in the woods. Nishmiko,
Yeah,
what is your feeling on fires left unattended in the forest?
my feeling is that if they catch into the nearby foliage, that we could have a disaster on our hands.
Precisely. Shall we move in cautiously?
It is probably wise. We will move to here, and Hist will move up to there. Stay hidden, Hist. You know when beneath.
What is this hidden thing you speak of?
All right.
Be brave.
We will make our way
My
in.
stealth is two.
Two. Nice. All right. So I need to.
Nizaru isn't exactly built to be a stealthy sort. I mean, did you see him? Did you see him? That's not a critter that says quiet.
All right. And what I'm gonna do, I'm going to create an encounter here, and we can roll initiative. This is not a creature hazard, but we take turns as things are happening because the fire and whatever is on it is spitting and going crazy, overflowing. So we just like to keep track of where everyone is.
Mhm. It helps make sure everyone acts.
It's getting very low on his rolls today. It's okay. Happens sometimes.
There
Nice.
you go.
All right, so
If you want
Nazaru.
to move the, if you want to use the move the cooking catastrophe, you can.
Oh, it's all good. Yeah.
I didn't know if there's a certain initiative it's supposed to act at or not, because sometimes there is.
No, we'll just put it. We'll leave it in the initiative as it is, and it will do its things then. So Nazaru,
That's fine.
you see this campfire, and you see skillets sputtering, pots threatening to boil over, contents being spilled, sputtering out everywhere. You see some cookbooks carelessly like on the ground over here. They were open to a page, but the page has been turned by the wind a couple of times. You're not sure which one was open before,
Hmm.
and you don't see any creatures at this stage.
Okay.
What do you want to do?
I don't think he has cooking lore to know anything about cooking. Warfare, orc, esoteric, and dueling. So I could see him doing esoteric lore to see if he knows anything. Otherwise,
It
maybe
would be
moving over
a
to investigate the
survival
book.
check because you can often roll survival to cook. At least in
Okay.
Kingmaker, you can.
Well, do you want me to do that? Or
Yeah, yeah. Nice. All right, so
23.
the 23. You see a whole stack of ingredients that have been um, sort of piled up along this wall here, near where those cookbooks are. Um, by the looks of it, they seem to be in a sort of order. Um, and you think that with knowledge of cooking, potentially crafting, um, you might be able to do something. But it also smells very odd, a smell that you've not really smelt before. Like there might be some sort of foreign ingredient in there, and trying to identify what some of those ingredients that are on the ground over there might be something else, maybe a nature check, maybe they're very strange. They certainly look strange. They almost look otherworldly, some of those ingredients. I can't hear.
It helps for you to hear me if I unmute.
Yeah,
I mean, I was talking,
I
but
know.
obviously you caught everything I said, right?
Obviously, I am the best lip reader of all
You can
time.
read lips, right? You got that skill?
Uh huh.
Um,
Oh
yeah,
damn!
so
I
he would
forgot to
relay
put
that
it on
to
my
them.
character sheet. I must not have it. It's too late
Um,
now. We're in the session. Damn it.
right. So yeah, he'll relay that to the party and tell them, hey, odd ingredients. The book looks like it could be reference material. It smells odd, like it's not natural. Um,
Okay.
I think he would move over to check the book.
All right. Sounds good. Move over to check the book. You've called that out.
See if there's any details about what exactly that is going on.
I'll let you make one check on the book.
What
Probably.
kind of check? Arcana, diplomacy, thievery, perception, occultism,
Yeah, that'll do. Occultism's good.
esoterica.
Esoterica is good for other things, but not. So I reckon occultism's good. Try that. See if you can figure out what weirdness is going on. Nope. So yeah, you're fumbling around with this. It seems very, very odd to you. And that is all
He's
your
trained,
action.
but when you roll a 5, you roll a 5.
This is it. And so it's got 3 actions. It's gonna make splatter attacks. And so we're gonna target you because you're right there with a splatter attack. And the it's boiling over
Wow.
quite accurately. And so, Nazaru, you take 7 points of fire damage as this thing is bubbling over 30 feet. So, can it target anyone else? Yes, it can target those two, and it does make 3 attacks. So, let's do Willow next with a 7. Ooh, missed by 1. That's very accurate, but not quite enough. And
And to let everyone know, these aren't any modified rules or anything. This is straight up how Pathfinder says to do things.
so yeah, the
Full blown harsh.
spits everywhere. And look, this hazard is actually pretty low for the party. We're easing ourselves in a little bit here, but I wanted to tell a story,
Yep.
so this is the story. We like
And
telling
that's
stories.
no, that's the important thing is to tell the story still.
Um, Willow just barely manages to raise the to lift the shield at the last minute there,
Dink.
as that hot spittle comes off the fire. Um, and Kamasu, you are next to act. having heard what Nazaru has said and seeing the
He
bits of
will move up and try to identify the ingredients
nature or
to
occultism.
aid in figuring out what's going on. Herbalism, nature, what do you want?
Herbalism's fine as well. Nature, herbalism.
You said nature first when I was talking.
All right, yeah. So you are able to um, ascertain two things. One, there are ingredients that you do recognize, and two, there are definitely ingredients that you don't, and they are all in there. Um, and that's worrying to you. You know a lot of ingredients, especially in this forest, and these ones don't
Hmm.
seem to be either from here or maybe they're incredibly rare. Um, and you can see that you can smell that there's like a the odor is getting worse and worse as time goes on because it's bubbling over, boiling
Yep.
over. There's things going into the fire, making it smoke, all sorts of weird things. From what you can tell, um, these ingredients are well. Let's just say this. Um, you don't think that all of them are particularly serviceable to eat. Not not for any normal person with any degree of you know like taste.
Okay.
You're pretty sure that some of it is like rotten flesh of some sort of dead or even like undead creature.
Yeah. That he'll kind of point that out. Um, we'll have to do a religion check on that then. Those disturbing ones and yell out to everyone what they are to help them know what's what.
All right, cool. Um, so as you check religion, you realize in this moment that some of those ingredients are used in necromantic rituals and they're being used for food. Yeah.
No,
No. No.
no, 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 no. No, we don't want that.
Yeah, so you've made two checks, you've got, and you moved. So that's all your actions, but you can
Yep,
let
that's it.
everyone know, obviously, with a couple of
Yes.
words that this does not like. This looks like maybe some sort of horrible
This is like necromancy cooking, and this
necromancy
is like
cooking.
normal cooking. Did we go too far north, Nishmiko? Did you lead us too far north?
I have not smooth skin. We are very, very far away from that. um. All right. He's gonna maybe move in. Gonna take an action. Move in. Trying to get closer. And let's see what do we have. I'm gonna try a survival check to like peer into this. Ooh. So he peers into the
Oy.
yeah, he peers into the bubbling broth and he looks over to the ingredients and he says, "Ah, yes, yes. some of something is coming to me. I once, unfortunately, had this horrible dish, but the person serving it told me all about the ingredients, and I think that root over there, pointing to something next to Nazaro that like looks all kind of gross and twisted, and that flesh over there, pointing at like this half green, like melted flesh near Muzu, that if you add those, that you might get I don't know, whatever they were trying to achieve, but I'm not sure you really want to. I remember the taste in it. He'll take an action to give Hist two actions to like. So Hist is gonna like move around, stalking in the shadows, seeing if it can detect anything. So it'll move with one action. Go to here. That's probably fine. Oh no, not fine. You move into the shadows over here. And we'll make a perception check with the other. Came from here. 50 feet.
Yep. You know, good.
Make some, like, furtive movements. Nico says, seems that Hist has caught a scent, but is unsure where the origin is. Not the cooking, though. That is his
Stay on alert.
turn. Willow,
Okay.
move on in. And
Put that in the pot.
with her gloves, she's got gloves on. she's going. She's going with her gloves. Actually, no, she doesn't have gloves on. Let's have a look. Grey
In the picture, she
like...
doesn't, but I would think she probably would. Well, I guess she has fingerless gloves on in your picture.
Anyway, she will carefully
Typically,
pick
armor
up
that
a
is the
slice of
style
meat,
she has.
move over here,
Plate.
thrust it into the fire, and what does it say? It says cooking lore or crafting to add the proper ingredients. So we know that it's been identified. So
So we kind of
lore
already did that check.
crafting.
So she's just doing the action to actually add
Yeah.
it.
So she does the action to add it, and then she will, in case of anything, she will raise her shield. So I have something here. Raise.
Yeah.
Just in case, because she's getting the, you know, Nazaro. There is still those roots that are nearby you. They're kind of yellow, um, rotten smelling. Maybe there's a slight hint of sulfur as you.
He's going to see which recipe in the book refers to that quickly. The ingredients indicated. So that he knows how to complete it or disable it, whatever is needed, right? And then grab the elements around him that are needed and walk up with the book, like reading off the info so everyone else says, and plop in there whatever he needed. Like that root you're talking about that you
Okay.
said needs to be put in there.
All right. Does he have crafting or? Yeah, he has crafting.
Yeah.
Maybe make a crafting check. Ugh. What is the DC? Just not rolling
I'm
very
getting to
high.
roll my, lovely rolls again. Under 10.
So as he tries to look through the book, this is the skin of what happens. The breeze catches all of the pages, and like they start scattering around, blowing on the wind. Like it's like trying to catch them and put
Yeah,
them
just
back
like
into the
flipping
book.
on him.
Yeah.
It's like flick, 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 flick. Yeah. So yeah, he's gonna stop it, reorganize it, find it, drop the ingredient instead of putting it in because he can't do it, and steady the page and like hold it there so everyone else can observe it and see it.
All right, sounds good. It's time for more spinning.
Yay!
Hey. And I'm gonna do just the ones that are closest. So we're gonna target our lovely Willow here first. Who even with the shield raised will get damaged. Because we roll well for the hazard.
Oof.
Oh god!
Oh yeah. Of
Uh
course we roll well for the hazard. The
and
hazard,
then
we always roll well for the
that's
enemy.
a
Just
miss.
can't roll well for our characters. You know how it goes.
And that's a miss. Only just though. So
Yep.
she is going to take 14 points of damage. Ow. As like it just spits out, and like a lump of burning meat will just slam her in the face and sizzle over her cheek. It's like, ah! Get it off me!
Yeah.
Peels it off, and half of her skin just peels off with it.
Ugh.
Kamuzu? So Nazaro's holding the book open at the correct page.
That looks problematic. So they've identified the ingredients they need to do. So I guess he'll go up and try to add the ingredient.
Or
Survival, nature,
yeah, any of
herbalism,
that.
those
We're
kind of
we're,
the
we're
things
gonna
he has.
be like anything that makes sense here. Survival, nature, yeah, those make sense. Crafting, nice.
He doesn't have crafting.
So given that
30 though.
is a critical success, he manages to direct the
Yay.
meat that was on Willow's cheek back into the broth, and he also picks up the root that Nazaru dropped, and he realizes that it needs to be like coated in a mixture, and he sees that next to him. It's this little vat of like milk-like substance. He dips it in, and then he throws it into the pot, and that is 3 successes thanks to the critical success. And that means
Yay.
that the bubbling broth will start to calm on down. The fire will stop spitting, and a more but not especially pleasant aroma starts to come off, and you are able to lift this dish question mark off as it has been prepared correctly. Congratulations.
Ew. Dismantle it permanently. uh, very well done, Matt. That was nasty.
Hist is going to be coming on in, and as he moves past the tent, you see him like agitated, like darting back and forth. Nashmiko, companions, it seems like Hist might have found something in the tent. Best keep those weapons out, just in case.
Well, do you want to go and investigate?
Seems like seems like a good. All right, let's go over. All right, let's go check it out. See what's in there. He is in, and as she lifts the tent flap, a uh, she immediately steps backwards, one step here, as just bugs just come pouring out of the tent and immediately latch onto her and to Hist. And it seems to be a swarm of fleas that is emitting from this fetid tent. And we are going to reveal the swarm of fleas as it comes out. And we are going to make an encounter. Please. She says, "There's someone in there." And he is also going to be making an initiative. Fair enough, because he's unconscious. No, he's not. He's immune to unconscious, so he's not sleeping. He's just resting. All right. Two, three, four. Yeah. So the flea swarm gonna get its first action. Gonna come pouring out as described onto Willow and Hist. Its first action. And then we have swarming bites. So everyone in that needs to make a reflex save. What's that? Let's move it. Willow needs reflex save. Success. Hist needs a reflex save. Okay, so they both succeeded, but not critically. And so we're going to do half damage to both. So Hist takes
6 apiece.
Willow takes 6. It is in their square and it's just swarming all around. You see all this masses of fleas pouring out of the tent. You hear a slight chuckle coming from inside the tent. Right. So it moved, it swarmed, and it's going to now suck blood. Last action was swarming bites. It dealt
Yes.
damage. The flea swarm drinks the creature's blood. Each victim becomes drained 1, and the swarm gains HP if it had it, but we're giving these guys drained.
That's wonderful.
Oh, yeah.
Drain doesn't just go away.
No, and it's going to cause damage because, yeah, horrible. So, yeah, all these fleas are going around. Kamuzu? So, like, holes just big ball of fleas that it's riding and biting and not going to question on the things I've been hearing. Okay. What do you want to do? Music?
I'm considering if I should do something to boost it or if I just move in and slash. I was considering something like Bless or Bane to try to help things.
So
But
you only see. So technically, the swarm is one creature for the purposes of Bane, although it represents hundreds, if not thousands, of
okay.
insects. So you could target it. You don't see whatever creature is inside the tent that's giggling. So at the moment, that's hidden from. Um,
First time I've done a spellcaster in Pathfinder, so I'm trying to
but
try to understand the spells a little bit. So
Bless will
you're
help
welcome
all of
to advise as
us.
well.
Yeah, Bless can help all of us, which is good. Um, um, and what it will do is it will be a 15-foot emanation, much like my own, and
Right.
everyone in that area will get +1 to attack rolls, so help them be accurate. Um,
Right.
Otherwise, you've got some spells there. So you've got spiritual armament, which like projects a copy of your weapon out like a spiritual weapon from D and
Mm,
D.
okay.
So that's kind of like that, and you have to sustain that, but it offers you like a ranged attack
Right.
because you can like channel it up to 120 feet from you, which is useful. But right now you're close enough where that isn't as useful. Um, you've got revealing light, which if things were invisible or concealed, you might be able to
I
reveal
see.
them.
Yep.
um, and um, and they can be dazzled, so it's harder for them to hit anything. But these things aren't targeting; they're just, you know,
Right.
making things do stuff. Your inner radiance torrent is a line. It's like a Dragon Age, not Dragon Age, Dragon Ball attack where you like stand there for a round or two and just channel this big,
Ah!
big ball of light that yeah, yeah, exactly. So that's what that is. Possibly not the most useful thing at the moment. And of course you've got heal. The bidding ward is like a armor class thing. It's not probably going to be helpful. You've got haunting him, which is a damage, which it is an area effect. So that would be pretty good, I think, doing haunting him if you can target the
Yeah, I was kind of wondering about that.
right squares.
So let's do that to start with, anyways.
Okay, so it needs a fortitude save. Of course, the dice are always in its favor.
Mm-hmm.
Here I am recommending courses of action. Not much you can really do. Unfortunately, it
Nope.
critically succeeds. So you make a haunting hymn. Do you sing that, or do ghostly creatures sing that? What is the skin of this for?
It's probably a funereal dirge kind of thing.
Nice. Very cool.
Just
Now, unfortunately, they rolled especially well and are not affected by that. Keep on swarming. You've got one more action, as that was two.
does it? Oh, they critically succeed. Yeah, so no damage.
Critically succeeded. By a lot, by the way.
Yeah, I see that. Because the dice like the enemies. We got that.
You got one more action. What can Muzu do with it?
Probably raise shield because
Yeah.
we know how much that matters.
Alright, Willow. I have to move this to get a hold of Willow. Is going to raise a shield. Is going to.
There you go.
Target these creatures, hopefully.
Would be good.
And we are going to make our striking flail attack.
Ooh, critically hit. Very nice.
So that one will take.
Sorty damage. Yep. Just about to click it myself. Well done. That's nice, solid hit.
She starts, sweeping the flail, just willy nilly, shoo, shoo, cutting them down. Technically, we should follow the rules, and she will need to do a diplomacy check, which she fails. So we don't actually have.
Why would she need?
Because this stance is actually a stance. Actually needs to pass her check. So we do not have her aura at the moment. She actually has to pass. And because I keep rolling twos and threes.
You're rolling like me.
So that is her turn. Zara? Why does it keep putting the Marshal's aura on? Very odd. Let's just turn that
You're
off.
within the Marshal's aura because it's a permanent aura. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're benefiting from it otherwise.
The champion's aura. Right. I get it. We're in the champion's aura. We're not in the Marshal's aura. Gotcha. Sweet. So, Zara?
So he's going to try to nature with his exploit vulnerability and understanding what the creature is.
Sounds good. It is an esoteric law, but it should be its own thing. Yep. So much information. Yep, all the information. Which, by the way,
He's 25.
25. That's definitely enough. Not a crit success, but it's a normal success.
Does it go against the standard lore DC? Is that what it is? So it says recall knowledge, nature DC 20 baseline, applicable lore 18, or 15 very easy.
Yeah, it's not very easy.
Right. But so I was wondering, does that mean it's a DC 18? This is me trying to understand how the system works.
Yeah. Have a look. It's based on the creature. And it was a specific lore, esoteric, he isn't. Let me just check that. Standard DC for its level. Okay. So standard DC for its level is recall, knowledge, animal nature 20. So you pass.
So, yep. No, it's all good. I want to make sure I understand how it works. So that means the exploit vulnerability has happened, which means
You
he learns
recall an
about it.
important fact. So you know that it is weak to area and splash damage.
So he'll convey that to the group. But I don't have that kind of things.
So Kamuzu, is that Nazaru saying that?
Yeah, that's Nazaru saying that.
Yeah.
So that
Kamuzu
the others can
can,
act upon that.
yeah.
Kamuzu, yeah, he does, but and just so everyone knows, right here, weakness, area damage, splash damage. So that means exploit vulnerability to the creature or mortal weakness, personal antithesis. So we probably want to do exploit vulnerability, right?
Yeah.
Or is it personal antithesis? I'm trying to
No,
remember what it
you're
does
not
different.
wanting personal antithesis.
Okay.
So if you fail on your check, it's personal, but
Right. So he will step and try to eradicate some of these creatures with that knowledge.
targeted. Nice.
Ooh.
Whatever damage we do here,
Uh, strength,
and
and then I
hopefully
don't see the personal or the enhanced vulnerability being active on that.
let's check the damage. Implements empowerment. So it is working. So
Okay.
if you click on it, you'll see implements empowerment is +4.
Okay. So implements empowerment is the making the antithesis damage.
It looks that way, eh? Because
Okay.
it is a weakness of 4. It looks like that's working as intended. Damage. Actually, it's so that's actually going to be, yeah. So what we have here is it's resistant to physical. So this is what we were saying earlier, right? So it will take damage
Mm-hmm.
because of its weakness, which is 4. Its resistance is 8. So it resists 8. Did 17. So that's 9. It should take 4
And
more damage.
actually, he should have had a +2 on that
6
attack. I
more.
mean, it won't matter right now, but that could have potentially been a crit.
What was the +2 for?
He should have had, I thought, intensify vulnerability. Oh no, not yet. Never mind, not yet. Not high enough yet. It looked like it was at the beginning. I misread it.
So we're going to do a little bit more damage. So we might have to edit based on Thaumaturge. It might not be fully implemented yet. But it has taken damage.
Yep.
Excellent. As he sort of, he might pull out like a special weapon dust or something and flick it at the creature, and it sort of illuminates it
Yeah.
as if it's doing area damage, but it's not. It's as if it is something like that. And so you've moved and you've attacked and you've done that. So that is everything you
He
can
pulls
do.
out some marigold and puts it on his blade as he slashes with it, since that's a natural inty insect in an honor of someone else.
So he. Let's see. Miko is going to have hissed perform action, two actions.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine. That's yeah, that's it. So hissed is going to target it and make attack with his jaws. Yeah, try and bite these fleas away. Crit 26.
Dude. Wow. Go hissed.
Hist just
MVP.
leaps up into the air and just.
I have a question. Is hist a bug eater?
I mean, anything that's got blood, right? He's a carnivore.
Just saying, maybe that's what's going on.
Wow. So without even finishing the turn, Hist manages to defeat them. So we've
Yep.
got another action for Hist. And then two actions left for Nishmiko. Nishmiko will make his way over here to see what's inside the tent, see if we can like figure that out. Sets Hist over here to guard, just in case anything comes out. And I think that'll do. We have the little man in the woods. So, emerging from the tent,
Yeah.
this little man, small, comes out, emerges. Let me just swarm. Emerges. Little old man. He his face is all wrinkled. Um and you see him extraordinarily pale. Uh,
I don't like
um
that.
extraordinarily pale. His body is like shriveling. Um and you swear that there used to be more to him than there is now. Like he's been decaying, and
Is this undead?
there is a horrific stench coming off him.
That's what Kazumu's first thought is. This thing's dead and needs to be put back in the ground.
Um, right.
Are we in initiative or in that
Oh yeah.
encounter?
Oh well.
Okay.
It's there. It's what some might call a wave battle because um
Yep.
the swarm is first, gets dealt with, and then we have to
Yeah.
deal with him. So we're not dealing with too many things at once because even just with him, it's
Yep.
yeah, so he will
Yeah.
emerge.
No, I get you.
He looks up at Willow. He is going to make a grab attempt. +2 because this is a grab.
Yeesh.
3.
That's against her. What?
Yeah. Um,
Athletics or reflex? I'm trying to remember. Her
Fortitude DC. So her Fortitude
four.
DC
So
is
20.
21. So she will. It will hit her. So he will grab.
Just got her. Yep.
He grabbed. Sort of leaps up, grabs her, and then with his final action, because he's come out, he's going to start to try and strangle her. He puts his grip around Willow's neck and deals potentially damage. So we need a Fortitude save from Willow. Could you do that one for me? Save me doing too much while I'm going backwards forward.
Please don't let us fail. That's the only reason I don't want to roll.
Is
See, look, roll below a 10 again. That's why I didn't want
and she will take 14 points of damage
to.
from him as he starts to strangle her. A strangled creature cannot speak, which prevents it from casting spells with a verbal component or activating items with a command component. Must hold its breath or start suffocating. Yay! Love that for Willow. Not. Alright, Kamuzu. This little man in the woods is starting to strangle out your new companion. What are you gonna do?
Not be happy at all. Stride.
Okay.
Get off her, fiend.
Yeah. 17 points. Boop. Yeah. Laughs in your face. Anything else that
Just
he wants to
thinking for a
do?
minute. Sorry.
You're okay.
Thinking I'll probably just slash again. Hoping to put a little more damage on him.
Alright. Alright. So Willow's. She is grabbed. She does not want to be grabbed.
Trying to get him off you.
We are going to make an athletics check to try and not be grabbed. That'll do.
26. Yep. His is 23.
Okay. We'll
24.
wrestle him off. We'll raise her shield. That we
Oh, I forgot to have him do that. No. Oh well. That's what
And
you get for
then
forgetting things.
yeah, and then I think she's going to also lay on hands because she's not looking great.
Uh, if it matters to you, next turn I was considering doing a burst heal.
Yep. Well, she doesn't know us terribly well yet. We haven't
Yep.
worked together, so
Yep.
that's what she's going to do on her turn. Nazaru?
It's all good. Nizaru is going to slash through the tent as he moves up to flank.
Sure.
Just narrative, verbal aspect, right? And I don't need two of those on there. I forgot about my amulet's ability to
Yeah, you need
do
to
that.
do that.
Oh, it has to be target. It has to be the exploit vulnerability target. So he couldn't have yet.
Couldn't
Never
have yet
mind.
anyway. Yeah. Probably want to do that if we want to use that.
Yep. So we're doing that now.
If we can exploit his vulnerability, little man in the woods.
Ah.
No.
So
Not
it needs to
succeed.
be at 24
Um,
or
for a creature 6, just by level. 22.
22. Okay. So almost made it. So luckily he still gets the
He can exploit personal
personal antithesis for
synthesis.
now. Not quite as good, but it's worth trying. So he will strike the creature.
Oof.
Yay!
Oof.
And then he will prepare to defend. Come on, you beast! At me!
Alright. Miko. Order hist in. Also creating a
Oh, look!
flank.
Flanking.
Make a jaws attack.
Ooh! Really?
I mean, you can't write this shit. There it is.
No, you can't.
Another
His crits again.
24. Yeah, just leaps up into this guy's face and starts gnawing into his shoulder.
Yanking, ripping off chunks, flinging them. Probably doesn't want to eat this thing by the way you described it.
No, not particularly. And then I'm
So
going
that's
to.
two actions left.
Yeah, I have 2 actions. None of us are particularly hurt. Just looking at what he can do. You know what? He is going to cast Protect Companion, which is a cantrip.
Ooh, that's a good one. I
So
just put it on him for you.
that's the Protect.
Yep. +1 circumstance to AC.
Yeah,
Awesome.
yeah. And I gain a life block
And you get
reaction
life block.
if I want
Yep.
it. Really nice. And then
One action remaining.
D. Not in a position to use his claws.
I didn't think about that.
We're going to raise a shield.
Little beast turn.
Indeed. Man in the Woods is now surrounded, has a whole bunch of things. And not doing so hot. Ah. He's going to target. He doesn't know. What to do. Let's roll. So it's gonna be
Die.
1, 2,
That's what to
3,
do.
4. So it's gonna be Nazaru, Kamazu, Willow, or Hist on a D4. Can you roll a D4 for me? One will be 4. So target Hist.
See, the dice at least like telling a story. His
do.
crit him, so he's going for the crit.
Melee strike fist.
No.
Damage. 15. Okay, and what does the life block do? Let's see. Reduce the triggering damage by 10, but I lose 5 hit points.
Save your buddy. Save your buddy.
Oh, let's do that. So we're going to take 10 less damage. Still on 37, but I take 5. 5. There we go. Alright, that's
Nice.
pretty good. And then I can't. Then he's not. He's got Protect Companion, but I can't use it again. The little man in the woods sees that.
Yo.
Is going to follow up the thing with grab. He has grab. So he doesn't take an attack penalty for grab. Is the Anna +2 because it's a grab. Ooh, definitely grabs a hold of Hist. And then with his final action, Strangle. Hist needs a Fortitude save. Can you do that for me?
And this for Hist?
Yeah.
Please, Hist. The hero. Ah.
Right, cool. And then Strangle. Basic, so it's gonna do double. Thankfully, he didn't roll high. Ouch. So that's all of his actions. Mazu. He's beating away this little raptor. Raptor's okay. Okay, so before you, yeah, go ahead.
So the 30-foot emanation hits everyone.
Yes.
Does it hit him as well?
So you would have to. He would have to make a Fortitude save. Sure.
Well, then he needs to make a fortitude save. Oh, really?
So he'll take some damage still. So you do the healing for me.
There we go.
He'll take half. And then we all get... Is that
Yep.
correct?
We all get 22, and he takes 22 except halved because he saved.
Yeah. That's right. Yep. There it all goes.
Hey, look at that.
Yep, but that's all three of his actions. Willow.
That was all three of his actions. Hurt
Mhm.
the enemy, and we all healed.
Yeah,
I
it's
think that's valid.
it's amazing. I didn't say it wasn't amazing. All right, he is going to strike. Like, well, that was amazing. Didn't know you had that in you, but they must have taught you well. Oh, what? What is that roll, DM? Double ones? Double ones? Alright, it is what it is. We raise our shield. And we might maybe try and go for this. That's a bit more respectable. He is on death's door. Sorry?
You're a despicable creature. Let's try exploit vulnerability again.
Alright.
And hopefully actually pass. What was the DC on that?
22.
So it was 20.
22. Oh.
A 4 won't do it.
Nope.
It's a plus 13.
It's a really good plus, but when your dice are not great, not much you can do. Oof. Yep, we keep rolling terribly. There it is. That should finish him off. Alright, and he takes the damage. Alright, what happens next surprises you. He does get knocked down. And then you see him open his eyes, and he like sniffs the air. Like, did you finish my meal? I could smell my meal. And
Foul creature.
he says, "Oh, but I have a great reward for you. You finished my meal." All you need to do is let me go.
Do you know what happens to a watermelon when a horse steps on it with two hooves?
Well, that's what I'm guessing. That's what's happening.
It doesn't matter what anyone else says. That's what Kazuma does. He just rears up and
Yeah, stomp him into the ground, and blood and guts
new
spray
definition of
everywhere.
curb stomp.
Well, I guess that shut him up. I'm not sure it was really necessary, but well, all right.
I lay everyone to rest. when it is their time. One day you will visit my grounds as well, and I will be sure you rest.
Well, we should lay him to rest at least. What do you say? Throw him into the fire that he built himself?
It seems like an acceptable end for him.
Eat. Well,
So, those who are just to pull the viewers in and let them know what's going on, Kazumu, one of his things is his edict is protect those who have authority over maintain harmony in the community.
mm-hmm.
Oh, you made him do Horus. Interesting. That works. And anathema is undermine rightful ruler, serve usurper. He doesn't do those things. So he's yeah,
Hmm.
he's a good guy. He doesn't like dead things.
Fair enough. Enough.
And then Willow ensures the health of crops vegetation, protects bodies and souls, worthy the worthy dead, avenge the wrongdoing of murdered. And anathema is dismember a creature, desecrate a corpse, show ingratitude for sincere gift. So I don't think she desecrated a corpse, and I don't think she dismembered a creature.
Oh. Burning is a perfectly acceptable
It's
death.
not dismemberment. Yep. And Kazuma didn't dismember him either, for that matter.
All right. So with that, corpse burns and smoke
Yep.
dies. And I think this might be a good time for our 5 to 10 minute break. And we will be back in a few minutes with the second half. We hope that you are enjoying our new characters and our new
These
caricatures.
new characters
Yeah, hopefully it's been entertaining.
is very interesting. Yeah.
We'll be back soon. Okay, welcome back. Hope everyone had a good break. How was your break, DM? You have a good time? Get your stuff organized?
Got a refill on the coffee and got some food because I was taking care of kids instead of getting dinner earlier.
Hmm,
And then we started this.
we sure did. Alright, well, we are back. Got some food, very important to eat. Blue Dragon, thank you for the lurk. Appreciate you being here, bud. Doing well. Alright, our characters have overcome their first couple of threats in this forest. It's been a little weird, as expected, in a forest called the Forlorn or the Forbidden or whatever else forest you want to name it. A couple of our characters
Freaky.
are a little hurt, or at least rained.
They were hurt. Luckily, they got their life back, but the draining didn't go away.
Oh, they're gonna have to wait till the next day. Speaking of which, it's about the middle of the day right now. They're journeying through this forest. Don't need any immediate healing. Probably stop for a 10-minute break. That's alright to refocus.
Yep, we're just seeking Tasty Beast.
Willow will spend her time in quiet meditation. And yeah, we will search these ruins, see what we can uncover. Guess if there's someone been living here, probably everything's been taken. There is a +1 short bow on his corpse if anyone wants it. Not striking, but +1 short bow.
Doesn't hurt to have it on either Willow or Nazaru, just so they have a ranged option if needed.
Yeah, maybe better on Nazario at this stage, so I'll drag it over.
Okay.
Oh. Who do you
Yeah,
think
just
that
because,
these
it never hurts to have backup.
oh, who do you think made these old walls? Let's build it in the forest. They look very old.
Indeed, it looks very old indeed. I do not know. I'd not heard of anyone living in these woods. Any civilization or town being in the woods. Mayhaps we can investigate and figure something out.
But I don't think it would be dwarves, not out in the middle of a forest like this. But I can't be sure. Been a little while since I've been around woven craftsmanship. Been training, Drybridge. Less dwarven craftsmanship there than back home.
Does Nazaru know anything about it? Trying to figure out if he's heard any sort of culture, society in the woods.
Yes, indeed, he has. He looks at these stones. The stones really don't like stand out, but what stands out is the mortar between the stones. Who the walls
Ooh,
were. You find there's a fine trace of a sparkling dust that is
interesting.
amongst the mortar. this ruin. It actually catches the light, this sparkling dust. And you have a feeling 21's pretty good, that potentially this has been sewn together by some sort of fae.
I believe maybe it was one of the old ones that has made this place. You notice the sparkling and the grout between the stones.
It does seem to catch the light. Very odd. After all these years. Is it dangerous at all? You don't think so with a 21?
I do not believe it is.
Alright. That's good to know. You know much about the Fae then?
I know some about the old one. Not necessarily everything. I've crossed blades with some of their spawn, their creations.
I see. Looks like the lay of the land is changing. And even through the forest, you see that there are like folds in the land. There are hills rising here and there. There are big rocks and stones and stuff strewn through the landscape, as well as the trees. Which most of the area up till now has been, yeah, undulating,
Just
but not to
forest.
the same degree. Yeah.
Yeah, indeed, it seems there is a bit of elevation there. Do we wish to seek it, or do we want to move on to another location?
Well, can you see an entrance to anything, or is it just stone walls?
I've
And
not seen an entrance as of yet. What about the rest of you?
all right, we'll have a bit of a look. See what people are noticing. Perception. Oof. Hi. Since Willow asked, I
You
won't
see,
roll
there's
for her.
things.
Wow. So, Nishmiko and Kamuzu, you don't see an entrance per se, but you do see a hidey hole for an item that is cunningly hidden by overgrown trees. You don't think it was intentionally hidden that way. Probably would have been mostly visible if nature hadn't have taken over here, but you find it amidst root structure of a relatively, at least comparatively to this structure, um, set of trees and cropping, and you see that there's a little hole, and you see an item inside.
Nushmiko, it seems that that location has caught your eye as well. Do we want to investigate?
It could be dangerous. Often the Fae have tricksy things. Might be advantageous to be cautious.
Cautious is always prudent.
In here.
There we go. Just doing a little cleanup on everyone's statuses.
Well,
But yeah, I think they would check it out cautiously.
okay.
Not necessarily take it, but at least investigate it,
All right.
depending on what it is.
So it's cunningly it's cunning in there because you at first think that it's just part of the root structure of the tree, but you realize that heading in a very strange direction if it is, and then you sort of look and it's actually a staff. It's actually a wooden staff.
Hmm. Probably warrants a good investigation on it. Take a look at it, investigate it, maybe try to see if you can identify it.
See that um it has deep um red uh almost brown leaves on the staff that are starting to wilt and wither, um like what happens with non-evergreen trees as it comes up to winter.
Interesting.
And they are oak leaves, and this tree
Seems
that's
to be in
growing is
line
not an
with,
oak.
yeah, it seems to be in line with the season.
Uh, do we wish to take it? Don't know if it is guarded.
Nazaro's like, takes it. Well, it's mine unless someone else comes out here to claim it.
No one comes out to claim it.
There's your answer, Nishmaku.
All right, I will add a verdant staff to your inventory.
Nazaru isn't exactly the most cautious one, shall we say.
No, no, we can see that.
He'll point at Amuzu and Nushmiku and be like, do either one of you want to take this lump of wood and play with it?
Uh, um, perhaps we should investigate it first, and he'll sort of poke at it. Make a. I have. Does anyone know how magic items work? Perhaps. I think we
Yeah,
gave.
pick him up and you make him do what you want him to do. He doesn't actually know, he's making it up.
Thought that. Is it the different cantrips? Yeah, he's not prepared. It's like it would take me time. I would need to rest before I was able to do such a thing, without risk of anything untoward happening. You can hold on to it.
Well, then I'll hold on to it unless you want to hold on to it. I don't care.
Oh no, no, no! You hold on to it.
I'll let you play with the wood later then. Let's move.
All right. So we move on forward. Um, yeah. You see that the lay of the land opens up towards the south and continues forested towards the east.
Noise.
There seem to be like big folds of rocks and wrinkles almost in the ground rolls. Potentially interesting.
What's something over there for food?
Back. Right, you make your way through, and yeah, it opens up. You're seeing different trees, plants, as you look through the gaps in the land. Um, the land starts to drop off. So you're on high ground at the moment, or we're on high ground at the moment, and where we're looking down through here drops. It's like fairly severe actually. Drops about 50 feet in about 100. A fairly
Pretty sharp
fairly
decline.
fairly sharp decline, but no risk at the moment with the temperatures and stuff of slipping. You think if it had
Mm-hmm.
have rained already, it did rain a little bit last night, as Nashmiko said, but it's not enough to make it terribly slippery. You're seeing very different flora down there. Um, there is a mixture of mushrooms that are all different colors that all seem to be kind of maybe in a ring. You see massive, just totally crazy huge, massive flowers that are like purple and growing. They're about 20 feet tall. Their petals are, big enough to be slid down if they were sufficiently firm, which they don't look. But yeah, massive, massive flowers.
This is a very different place. Be on your guard. We don't know what creatures are here.
Yes,
We don't know what creatures are anywhere.
hopefully it's
Nishmiko,
food,
do you know?
so we can more quickly get back.
Be done with our quest? Indeed, indeed. But do you know this area, Nishmiku? Is this the kind of location you typically find food, as you put it?
Does not look like anywhere I have been, Smoothskin. The forest is
Very well,
typically
Skelly One.
like we have been traversing. That looks more foreign and exotic. Just dreamlike. Does anyone think Fae? He's like looking around. You said that those ruins were Fae.
Could be. Well, let's go across blades or be friends.
Huh?
Oh. Willow,
Yes,
what do
what
you
is it?
feel on this endeavor?
I think we
What
should
is
go
your
and check
thoughts
it
on this
out.
endeavor?
At least we probably need to
Right.
make a formal report on this. If it hasn't been seen before, maybe they're aware of it, but they haven't said anything. So I think we should make a formal report when we get back. Give it a quick
All right.
scout for sure.
Moving cautiously. Let's see what we find.
So you come down, and then the whole land opens up, and you realize why, or a result of the land dropping so severely so quickly. It continues to drop off down to a big um, pond. It's way down here. It continues like, and this is very severe terrain now, like to the point where I think you're gonna have to like get on your, put your hands on the ground and like skip yourself down. Otherwise, you might start to run because it's so steep. And yeah, looking down. This is up where we came from is the highest ground, and then uh, we've come down about 50 feet. That ends about here. This over here is about the same level as us, and then everything to our east, like beyond that flower there, is like severely like dropping down into a bowl, where there's a water gathered at the bottom. There is a massive old tree off in the distance that stands firm, but it has been cut off some time ago. Seems to be growing with some sort of weird glowing green lichen. And you see mushrooms in the bottom of the pond. And probably from this vantage point, you see a bunch of creatures. They look to be fae gathered around a a large mushroom that seems to have multiple stories, and you see a figure that's like on the top of one of those mushrooms, gesticulating, moving their hands around, and uh, seems to be making some sort of speech or something to these other fae.
I guess move in and say hello since we want to investigate. Shall we?
All right, I'm gonna
Or do you want to bellow from here?
keep me shield up though. Those definitely look like fae.
Do you have much interaction with Faye?
Not particularly, I'm afraid. I think probably
I
Nishmiko
used
here
to
has had more than I have.
I used to communicate with them some when I was young, but I haven't in many years.
I have seen many fae, good, bad, and otherwise nefarious. One thing is for certain, they are always tricksters.
It sounds like younglings. Very well. Do you want to scream from here, or do you want to move in and speak with him?
It seems like they might be listening to someone else. Screaming might disrupt their little gathering. Let us be respectful until they show us disrespect.
Wouldn't make sense, exactly.
That's not a half bad idea. Right, I'll take your word for it. You know better than I do. She'll put away her weapon, but she'll keep her shield raised. Oh. So about here is where the ground starts to drop off more severely down into the bowl,
Mhm.
and you hear this figure up there speaking. Um, you, I'm not sure that any of us have like elemental type languages, but that's the language that it's speaking. And in at this moment, that
Elementa? Which
it's the Aquan
I see.
one, which will be one of those.
Guan, Petron, Chicken, Surin, Tulin. Yep. Nope. I don't think any of us have that.
Yeah, it's the elemental water, basically speaking right now.
Hmm.
And something that you can see is as this creature is gesticulating and talking, um, the water of the pond actually undulates, almost following the movements that this figure is making.
Seems the water reacts to that one. That could be problematic.
Careful. So, come on. Okay. Yeah. It looks to you as well as the water is moving that these creatures, these fae, um, seem to be in awe of what that one is doing. Seem to be quite fascinated by it, you might say. And just for description's sake, you see towering hunchbacked gremlins. So they're still not quite 3 feet tall, but for gremlins, that's quite tall. They have three glowing blue eyes and black oily hair on their head and back that covers them like a cloak. Very much, very much in awe of whatever that creature is saying. Ah,
Strange indeed. So, do you want to rush in and see if they want to clash blades, or what do you want to do, Nashmiko? You said you know these things.
well, he's gonna make a nature check to see just how much he knows. Maybe try and give advice based on that. Let's see if we can actually roll decently.
I'm going to have
Yeah.
Kamuzu do it as well, since he said he had some engagement with Fey creatures in the past.
So he will know enough about the ones that are on the ground, that are in ore. He will know, or he will remember at least, that these tiny little creatures, at least where he grew up or has experience with, spent hours preparing ambushes for unwary travelers and plotting murders of sleeping villagers.
So he'll share that info. What does Nashmiko remember?
Right. Miko actually recognizes what this might be. 29. Um, lowers his voice, says, I do not know what to make of that. Why? Why is that there? My friends, that is no mere elemental. That is. That is a genie.
What is Gene?
They command elements like an elemental. They have magic, even beyond what an elemental might. seems to me that that one is what. And as he gets like halfway through saying water, and the creature starts to do something different and raises its hand, and as it waves its hands, the wind starts to blow and like moves and eddies. And you see like mini clouds like appearing, articulating, and the clouds like moving with its hands. And you see all of the little gremlins like looking up, and they're like in awe. They're like clapping gleefully. They're raising their hands like toward it, like little children staring at just like a great magician. Um, and he goes, "Not just water. That one is more powerful than I've seen before or know of. Seems to have hold those other creatures in its sway. For what reason, I am not sure. But it can command the wind just as simply as commanding the waves. It's very troubling."
It is very interesting. What do you suppose we should do with it? Leave him? Go in and speak with him?
Says, very difficult situation. I think not knowing how they're going to react to us, either we make a choice that says we go peacefully and hope that they're not startled too much and talk with us, or we leave them well enough alone but make that report, Willow here said, to our superiors who might know better. This is not what we came here for after all. Came here for food. But didn't you say that those of Fae, perhaps they have food that they could share with us? You would trust a Fae to give us food for our villagers? I I don't know. But they might know of some. Oh, snowskins.
Hey, you have a point. I mean, I understand your hesitation, Yoshimiku, but if they know the woods and they know the creatures here, do we want to consider speaking with them to complete our task, or do we want to avoid them and hope that we can do it ourselves?
It's a very difficult question. Look, the daylight is not going to last forever. I say that we decide one way or the other. I think that it's worth at least calling to them from up here. And if they act aggressively, we don't have so far to go to get away. Whereas if we were down there right there with them, well, I think that that would be a terrible idea if they. Terrible defensively if they turned on us. At least here we got some
Very
distance
well.
from them.
Then shall we?
Do you wish? Like me to
What
try.
language do they speak? Do you know it?
Let's have a look at. Really looked at their languages. He doesn't recognize the language. She doesn't recognize the language.
Then they don't. Unless we give it to someone that still has a few languages open.
Let me see if the voice, if the wild song is enough. They are creatures of the wild. Perhaps they understand. And he will move forward and he will start to very softly sing. As he does, the petals of that um, flower begin to like fold open and the sun more and like perk up. Not that they were wilting, but perks up as he starts to
Mhm.
gently sing. Just like the creature down there, the wind just picks up some. No, no, no. Uh, picks up some leaves and flowers. 1 second, I got a call. Sorry.
And then something happens. So we're facing off against a Fae. That's an Elementa. It's interesting. What do you guys think? Do we want to charge in and have fun? Or do we want to try to converse and see what we can do? What do you guys think? Because we appreciate you guys being here. We also want to try to include you when we can. I think being hostile probably is not the best idea for survival and success, given that, you take more damage, you lose more life, doesn't tend to be the best option. Silverwolf says, charge in. Are you going to rename someone to Leroy? Should be stealthy like a fox and run away. Bravely run away. Is that like Sir Robin? Yeah. But we don't have any minstrels, so I guess we're going to go hungry. Do you know where we can pick up some minstrels? Wait, Cruelfang. Don't you and Matt sing? Hey. You want to be one of Sir Robin's minstrels? Nice. Stealth and runs away works. Yeah. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. It does sound like that works. Hide in the bushes and pew pew. You don't need to leave stink bombs for everyone. Oh, you meant pew pew like in firing, not okay. You need to make that more clear. I thought you were saying you're gonna make it pewy. Welcome in, puppy. How you doing? Definitely charge in and have fun. Because that always works well, right, puppy? I mean, works great for Pinky, right? Nothing bad's ever happened. Stink bombs work too. It's all good, man. Is perfectly acceptable. I'm okay with Yeah, I'm just saying I'm okay with being on when you do it and everything. I'm not expecting you to not do it while we're doing this, to be clear. Mhm. You're good. Oh, yeah. No, I get you, and that's why I didn't fault you on that. I get it. Yep. Pinky would do the opposite, yes. Alright. So Silver Wolf says to charge in there. Cruel Fang says to hide in bushes and run away, kinda like Sir Robin style. And Puppy thinks we should charge in there, but says Pinky would run away. So apparently we have 2 charge in theirs and 2 runs aways. Yep. Wow.
Sorry,
Okay.
folks. Sorry, folks. I'm back. We're back. That would take all my points, but it is tempting. Hey, look. All right, all right. We'll do it later. Um, see, I don't have appropriately nature music, but yeah, totally pro streamer. I do all the right things. Come on, what are you talking about? Um. So yes, they do understand. They do understand. Um. Pretty amazing, actually. So the wind will mingle. Their wind and Neshmiko's wind will mingle. Um, and
Mingling winds.
mingling winds. Um, and then a voice in common will echo on the wind, almost as if it's emanating from here rather than from down there, like borne upon the wind, as if he's like just talking to it, and he's not even raising his voice,
Noise.
just like talking. And the voice says, um, says you are entering a sacred grove under my protection. These folk are under my protection. This land, from the crimson, from the uh, from the undulating folds to the shade of the old tree, our lands extend. Doesn't sound like very far. Basically, from here to wherever the shade of that tree goes to, and which we can't see right now.
Hmm.
So, small amount of land. It says, you risk great peril venturing on lands that are not yours. Um, it says, here all are made one. Come and listen to the stories. Come and listen to the winds, the waters, fires of the heart. Listen to the earth as it rumbles. Listen to the wood as it weeps. The metal sings. All are one.
Well, I don't know if that's doable, old chap. We have a bit of a predicament of acquiring feed for our friends back home. What do you think, Nishmiko? Do you want to
But
go down and mingle more winds with him?
apparently, Krulfang has a suggestion for the song that we might start off with later, which I've never performed, and I don't. I'd have to look it up. But yes, that's a great song to start with, buddy. Bit of Pocahontas to start the to start that. You'll see. I'll have a look at it, and we'll and I'll. No promises, but I'll have a look. Okay. Um. So you're saying that you have a predicament that you're looking for food, and that we haven't found any. Is that right? Asking for them.
Yeah. And then ask Nishmiko if he thinks we should, if he wanted to go and mingle more winds with him, or if he thinks we should beg our leave and seek food elsewhere.
And Smiko puts his hand behind his back and like wriggles it so that you like notice that he's moving it. And then like he just moves it like up and down as a nod and horizontally shake. And all of the movement, like, and you haven't seen him do this, so you might not necessarily understand. But he's making like definite shaking rather than nodding, shaking his hand. And then like he's speaking while he's doing this, saying, "It is Lovely to meet you. Sorry to trek on your lands. We do not mean you harm. You can see his eyes like darting around. You can see his whole posture is like on guard. There's something about whatever this voice, some sort of aura that he's feeling that doesn't feel right to him. He looks uncomfortable. In moments of seriousness, please. Oh, we love you, buddy. So you could do a perception check to sense motive if you think that that's in question, because we haven't like been together for very long. But it would just be perception to sense motive. Oh, you absolutely misunderstand. Totally misunderstand. And you're muted. Which means you're going to.
I love the dice.
Well, it's better than a crit fail.
Dice so much.
Lord. Well, Kamuzu gets totally the wrong idea. Kamuzu thinks that his Nishimiko is like, yeah, let's go and talk. Nazaru isn't so sure, but with that check, is like can't tell one way or another. Let's see if Willow has an
Willow, I
actually
think
good
he's telling
read.
us that we should go in there and talk. Do you think so?
Not really. She's like, she doesn't really know what this means either. She's like, seem different. Nishimiko like turns, and a hiss comes through his grated teeth, like shh, like everything that you say could be heard, kind of thing. But he's not able to like.
So he's like, whoa, I think Nishimiko may be getting possessed or something. Maybe we need to back up a little. If he's possessed, I'll take him. But I don't think that's what it is.
Uh, Nishimiko says, to appease you, O great ones, we will leave you in peace. If you have any recommendations for where to go for food, we would take them gladly as we go. Trying to like hammer that message down as we go. As we go.
I guess he doesn't want to go in.
A voice says, "Oh, but come and hear the unity, the belonging. Come and belong." I need everyone to make me will saves, please.
He has unlimited range on that. Great.
within their area. Mm-hmm.
Are we within their area? I
Yes,
thought we
we
were just
are.
outside it.
No, we're on the where. So it's everything from the fold of the land, which is this
Ah,
south. All right. Not bad. Not bad. Not bad. Ooh, it's excellent.
the dice like hissed.
They really like Hist.
We might have to make Hist be the primary character.
That would be great. All right, I think that's everyone.
Send
Yeah.
everyone else home. Hist, it's all you.
So Nazaru, Hist, Willow, You are all resisting, um, and realize what's happening. Um, Nashmiko and Kamuzu, you're feeling an urge to go down there. But Nishmiko knows and has been saying it's not wise, so he's trying to fight the urge. But yeah, the rest of you that
I
got
think we should go
over.
down there. I think you're right, Nishmiko. We should definitely go down there and talk with him. Let's go, guys. How bad could it be? I mean, he's a friendly chap.
All is one. Yeah. Nishmiko's like trying to back away. I don't. I. Yes. That.
Come on, let's go up there.
um.
How bad could it be? He's a friendly chap.
So, do I have features that like stop, make us do redo will saves or something? I just gotta have a look and make sure that there's, see if there's anything from. It'll definitely only be on the champion. It is. Sparring Marshal says, which we haven't got, so it's not there. Ah. You know what? She's gonna try and make a performance check to see if she can like counteract some of this effect. Because she can sense that something's not right, so she's gonna try and perform to at least like. Ugh, not working. All right, looks like those that got under 20.
Before we do that,
It's good.
identify the creature.
25's enough. 25's enough. All right, so I'll put it up on
That's
the
his.
screen here.
You know what? He absolutely needs to identify it to tell the group.
So this is known as a shurizi, shurizi, something like that. It is a
Should is
Jeanne, so a type of genie, and it
should is
looks
yeah.
like, and you can identify, that it's a variant of the
Earth,
Shuyuk
fire,
family, and
metal,
and
water,
it's,
wood.
yeah, it's everything combined.
Wow.
And look at
This is a hmm?
look at these resistances, like
Yeah, resistant
all
to air and fire and water and
water
wood.
and wood and
Resist
metal,
all element.
right? So
Um,
yeah.
so he's going to look at them and be like, "This is a creature of pure elemental chaos. We need to go and speak quickly and make a decision as a group as to whether we want to proceed down or not. But we need to speak back up the hill."
Nice. Yes. Yes, up the hill. Yes. Yes, we will go up the hill.
And like he'll call out, "My dear friend, give us a moment to deliberate on your offer, as there's some discrepancy in our midst."
Oh, calm, all at one here.
And so that way.
Yes, run away, run away. Does not seem good. All right.
So, my dear friend, I do think a elemental beast such as that is not something we should converse with very much.
Hmm.
Though we could clash blades with it, it apparently has other creatures at its beck and call that are evil beasts.
Does seem very powerful. Even after I cautioned, I wanted to go down there. I do not even know why I didn't want to go down there, but I did.
You're confusing. I thought you said to go down there, and now you're saying you said not to go down there. He invited us to go down there. I don't understand why it's such an issue. He seemed like a friendly chap.
I think he was compelling us.
Oh, that is unacceptable. That
Willow,
is rude.
Willow says, "You don't have to think. He was absolutely trying to do that, and he nearly had you all. Just as well this one as, talked reason into your thick skulls. Let's get out of here and never come here again. Let's make sure that they know well and truly that this is not a place to be trifled with."
Unless we come back with prepared and with plans of execution. Maybe roll some large stones down the hill and squash the buggards. What do you think about that one, Willow?
Far be it
That
from
does
me to
not
say
sound
that that would be right or wrong. I think that greater minds than ours should be making those decisions. But if it was allowed, I would be standing right there with you. All right, we thankfully just barely managed to walk away.
I figured the
Ooh.
esoteric lore would make sense because he identifies it and then uses his information to give himself a bonus on the diplomacy check to convince everyone, hey, I know about this thing.
Oof.
Right?
That could have been really ugly. Like another couple of steps, and we would have been rolling down that hill. So, wow.
Yeah. And just so everyone knows, okay, let's open this up and look at it. It has a composite longbow. It's magical. Cool. Nothing major. Oh, but he has a 15 to hit and 2, so he has the striking rune. Nothing major. Right? That's not anything too crazy. Fist, scimitar. Pretty basic, nothing crazy. What's this all made one? Oh, you strike with elemental dealing extra d6 damage on everything you do.
Yep. And then have a look at the spells tab.
And then you have, yeah, not even getting there yet. Invisibility, true speech, interplanar teleportation at will, fireball, lightning bolt, noxious metal,
just
one with stone, wall of thorns,
God.
water wall. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So the
Easy.
first thing that would have happened if we had gone down there would have been Wall of Thorns to keep us down there. So like this was very dangerous. Wow. Wow. Yikes. Now, totally within our ability to deal with, but oof.
Well, if we had all of them, and we put them in with us,
Oh yeah.
we'll remove
Not
participant.
not a good
Uh,
idea. Yeah.
so that is considered
An
a
extreme.
extreme,
Yeah.
a very
Very
extreme
extreme encounter.
difficulty.
Yeah. Now,
Now, if we remove all the grubs,
yeah.
okay, we remove all the grubs, it finally gets down. Oh, no, I removed the wrong guy. Hold on.
It's still
Just him by
severe.
himself is severe.
Yeah.
Him by himself, all the little grubs,
Right?
is severe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, nothing major.
Now,
No big deal.
I would not have had all of the grubs in there, by the way. But yeah, that's not a good not
And
a
the
good
point is the potential thing is, the level of potential threat is what I was saying.
Thankfully, we don't have to
I didn't think
deal
you were
with
gonna hand
that.
out.
But we're telling a story here. Where, like, obviously, it's very clear now. This forest is dangerous in a lot of different ways. Not just yeah, yeah, a lot of different ways. Big meanie poo here.
Vampires, got mental, got bad fae, got
Hmm.
um
Hmm. All right. Well, really appreciate you calling it out like you did, Zaru. That was well identified.
that's what I do. I told you I'm a monster hunter. It's what I live for.
Right. Well, supposing that all the rest of you ain't still convinced of going down there. Oh no, no, I don't, no. Thank you, but
I mean, if we're compelled, I don't feel that was fair. But other than that, you didn't seem like a bad sort, but I don't know. But I will hearken to your wisdom on the ordeal, as I do not know this creature.
all right. So we are able to walk away.
And I think that's just what we should do.
Shall we stay north of those falls in the land, friends?
Nishimiko, perhaps you continue your leading us towards food.
Yes.
Unless we want to hand over the directives to Hist. He seems to be doing fairly well.
Yes, well, creatures such as that are mighty and
Kamuzu is going to try to convince Hist to help track some food. Hist, why don't you help us find some good food, friend?
it's just like looks at him blankly. And then bares his gleaming white teeth.
And I thought you were a helpful chap.
Nishimiko says, I have trained his well. Do not appreciate you trying to influence him, but I do appreciate that you
I
are
was
looking
simply
for
asking
food.
for his aid.
That is a good idea. He'll make some weird throat noises, and this will
He's
immediately
a
like
natural predator, is he not?
immediately come and heal and start to like sniff around as soon as Miko has made these throat noises.
Sounds good.
All right, so we've got a little bit of time, and I have one last encounter in this area, and then maybe you would be interested next week in coming up with what sort of creatures you would like us to come up against as far as food
Sure.
or have
Yeah,
situations. And even if you just want to let me know what your ideas are, if you have time to generate stuff and put them up, feel free. And if otherwise, if you just have ideas, let me know. But I want to finish this off
certainly.
with one last thing before we get out of this area to fill up today's session and make life interesting for us, because why wouldn't it be? Take one pick. All right, so yeah, we move on. And going to make some blind rolls. You will see these, but we're doing that
Only if my eyes are open.
so that we're telling a story.
Oh, yeah. This shows people how you can choose to play a character without using metagame knowledge, right?
Yeah.
And that's part of the point of us doing this is we're not making the best decisions with
Oh.
the information we have at hand.
All right. Do any of us have more than 22 passive, or it's not called passive, but initiative, which will be 10 plus your, 10 plus your
23.
perception, 23. So you just manage. Is there anyone else? We've got an 11 there, so he doesn't. We've
Mm-mm.
got a 10
Nishmiko has
there,
23 as well.
23 as
Nishmiko and
well.
Kazumu.
So both Kamuzu and Nishimiko sense this, but the others do not. They sense movement in these copses of trees, um, and are able to point it out, which means that there won't be a complete
Joke.
surprise. But we are going to reveal the threats. Obviously, you don't know exactly where they're coming from, and the
Right.
direction that was pointed out was this direction. Both of you pointed this one out, but not the others. So all of us are looking this way and do not notice yet the others. So we'll potentially be flat footed to them as they are hiding. So let us roll initiative and see who gets to go first. Oh. Yikes.
Ready? Roll.
That's still
Nope.
that's still
We're against an extreme level chaos.
just it's off. I don't want to just kill us. Do we want to go hard? You tell
It's up to
me.
you. I trust
Chat?
you.
Chat, do we want to go hard? Or slightly easier? Either DM Nexus chat or my own, we will listen to you. We want this to be particularly difficult, or are we
So if we make them all weak, it's still considered extreme.
let's just I think it was rolled before. I think it's because we modified it afterwards. That's fine. Let's do
Well, I
that.
can check that. What we can
That's
do is we can.
so it hasn't reduced.
Yeah, it's severe if we have them weakened.
Yeah, let's do severe. All right, that's fine. Nishimiko, being one of the ones that has seen or sensed something odd, is going to get the first turn here. And and he definitely senses something. It's like there is something out there. And he is going to make a series of dancing leaps and whistles. And a pteranodon is going to swoop down and perch on this tree over here. That's all three actions. I have summoned animal,
Okay.
but we have a pteranodon.
That should help balance things a little bit.
We hope.
Well, I mean, at least it gives us another body with actions to try to do things.
That's it.
So,
All right, so that is his turn, and it's the Living Grove next. That one. So it will merge. Let's see, 20. Strike of.
if you keep summoning that, we might have to make it be a named creature and just call it Terry. Oh, he called Terry in again.
Yeah, the thing is that if we get a few levels with these characters, it will change because the next level. So it would have to be a couple,
Oh,
but
I know.
I'm just filling my highest level spell slot with a summon animal.
I figure that's what you're doing.
All
But,
right,
I pretend I didn't know.
we are going to make nuts attacks.
That's scary. So you're just going to launch a bunch of nuts at us?
Yep.
That's a bit nutty.
Not very successfully, mind you. Nazaru?
Give me just a second. Did something just because it's funny. That's not what I said. There you go. Terry!
Righto. Sure. Yeah.
It was the first one it generated. It's not correct, but it's funny. So Nazaru is going to look at that one and seek to identify the beast because that's what he does. 24.
Nice. Yep. Oh. Okay.
Axe vulnerability, fire vulnerability. So it should be a 7 bonus.
A living grove is a singular connected entity with dozens of genetically identical trunks united within the same root system. At rest, a living grove resembles nothing so much as a small arboretum of birch and aspen trees, though oak and redwood varieties that are significantly larger and tougher exist as well. Living groves are large plant wood elementals and have the ability to engulf people that they trample. I mean, that's a crit.
It did not do the extra damage that it should have.
Yeah, so we know that that is not working properly. So esoteric law has been a
Yep.
success, which
So it should
means that
have.
it doesn't have, but has fire 7, so that'll be another 14
It should have
damage
taken 7. Right.
on top. So it's 24 plus
Right.
14 for 38. That's a lot of damage. Boom. That's what thaumaturges do, guys. They exploit vulnerability, and when they
Yep.
crit, everything crits.
That's all he got. And he calls out the info to the rest of the group. If you got an axe or you got fire, be sure to use it. And watch out. If they swallow you whole, they'll trample you into oblivion.
Okay, so we are now going to do our engulf move. So what we do is we stride twice. Okay, so monster strides up to double its speed. So what we're going
Curiosity, how does that work if he tries to do that on something equal to size to them?
move through the spaces of any creatures in the path, any creature of the monster's size or smaller.
Okay.
4, 5, 6. So I'm gonna get all of them, not Nazaru, and it will finish its move here. Any creature whose space the monster moves through. So let's pop that up. Let's do this. So Nashmiko, commands, all of you need that. So Miko I can roll for. He's success. Willow. Ooh. That's a nice one. So she's gonna not take anything. Miko, sorry, Kamazu, Nashmiko, and Hist. We need to also make a save for.
Yep, Hist is the only one who hasn't.
Who takes half?
Yay, he passed. I figured I'd let you do it so I didn't make him fail and die.
So half that damage for everyone except for Willow. And obviously Nazaru, who's out of it.
Mm-hmm. He decided to go and pummel the other trees.
And because everyone succeeded and no one failed, it doesn't get to engulf them. But we are stunned 1 according to that. No, that's the
What?
creature engulfed. No, you have to be engulfed to do the thing. Yep, so everyone succeeded on the engulfed. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Yeah, that's a very awesome ability and terrifying. But we managed to not be affected by that. But we took some damage
Wow.
still. and Willow.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but it's cool.
Oh, save us all.
Very, very cool. Right. Well, she is going to, unsurprisingly, raise a shield. Shocking. Ugh. And it's right next to her, so target. Striking flail. Nope. Rolled terribly. And is going to try to do her inspiring martial stance. Fails. Dude, like, I can't roll at all today. Just by the way,
That
that
I know
DC
how you feel.
that DC is 18. I have a plus
18. Yeah.
11. Plus
Yeah. And I know.
11. I just have to roll a 7 or above.
See, this is how you're feeling. This is how I feel playing before, and I said some of the things I did because I'm like, really? Really? Because this is how I've been rolling before. So I know how you feel.
Yeah, I figured plus 11 was going to be like more
I
often than not. But apparently, we can't enter our stats. Mazu, it's your turn.
Yeah, it's bad. So he's gonna look at Willow and be like, Willow, you want me to help you with yours, or should I go help Nazaru with the one he's wailing on?
Go help him. Be 2 and 2 against 1 and 1. Oh, God.
Remember how I was just saying?
I
I get how you're feeling.
don't know what you mean. uh, uh,
Look at that. Barely.
it's still a hit.
Barely.
We are still grateful for any hit.
Oh, absolutely we are. Just saying.
Oops.
Uh
Damn it.
let's not have him take it. That's all he can do.
Okay. The
Put
last
my hand
living
to my
grove.
face for our wonderful, wonderful rolls.
Going to move. There. Target Kamazu with some nuts.
Yes. Oh,
Yep. All it can
I
do.
didn't want his nuts on me.
And we go back to the start of encounter with Mashmiko. Summoned in a Pteranodon. So, Miko is going to spend an action
Command.
to command the Pteranodon and an action to command Hist. And then is going to spend an action to protect Hist. There's the protection for that. Yep. And then Hist, the Pteranodon. So the Pteranodon can come swooping down here, creating a flank. Oh, perhaps you can see like having a druid that can summon in things to flank. So amazing.
I thought about it. That's part of why I almost made a summoner.
And it can swoop. No, it's not going to swoop. It's just going to make a beak attack. Okay, can't roll for shit. And Hist.
Hist is going to crit again, saving the day. No. All right.
Right?
Wait. Hold on.
As another action.
You didn't get the 2 differential from flanking.
That one. Not going to matter.
I'll take a look at it. It wouldn't have hit anyways.
Just set it to party. Probably because. It wouldn't have mattered. Hist does get another action.
That's why I said it wouldn't matter.
Hist will take an action to move here so that Willow gets a flank. That will be old Nashmiko's actions. That could have been a lot of damage, but it wasn't. Grove. Right. I guess we're gonna just engulf. So that'll be on Nazaru. Mozo, we can do 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. So, pop it up again.
Good. When he first moves, attack of opportunity.
Nice. Could disrupt it, I think. Right? Oh no, it's a.
I don't know if you can disrupt it.
Oh yeah, because it's the one. Oh, you crit though.
You might disrupt it.
It probably will.
Keep in mind, we need to
Gonna
add the
do
7 damage, so I'm going to
14
do that.
damage on top of it. Yeah. Damage that we are putting out right now. Kinda ridiculous. 56.
I added the 7. I added the 7. So, yeah, that's correctly
goodbye.
calculated. But so he moves at Nazaru and just I did not authorize your movement, you beast. Die by my hand. Nazaru the Great, the Beast Slayer.
56 points of. I told you we wouldn't be worrying for damage. Oh.
No, he definitely he rolled a 6 and an 8, just to be clear, but yeah. Still, that's a lot of damage.
Really is. So that was on a reaction, by the way. So Nazaru,
Yeah.
you get to have your turn now.
Willow, I felled the beast for you.
That was a mighty blow. Come into my aura and let the other one come and find us.
Where would he get flank?
He can get flank either of those 2 squares.
Okay.
Miko can give just better flanking. Doesn't have the right now. Summon.
So exploit vulnerability because he needs to get the damage. Or can he keep it since it's the same kind of creature?
No. I believe that Yeah, you have to do it once per round.
Okay.
I think.
Hey. And then he strikes once and calls it a day.
Yep. So and fire not.
Be +7.
Normal turn. Not as broken in my opinion as freaking alchemists. How good. All
Just
right.
imagine if I had a bomb alchemist. Fire vial, fire vial, fire vial, fire vial.
Is that all
I
you can
keep
do?
doing it all day long. Yeah, that's all I got.
Living Grove. That's that one.
Yar.
Okay.
Is he gonna move?
No. Um.
If he's gonna move, you know what's gonna happen.
I mean, it's what
No, you don't.
it's. Otherwise, yeah. Let's something. I'll target Nazara. Branch. Yeah. Misses. Yeah.
Cool.
Misses.
Cool.
Um. And uh. Yeah. Yeah. Misses. All right. Well, he missed.
Good.
Now they're the ones that are rolling piss poor.
Yeah, I know. I and that's the thing a lot of people don't get about D20 games, right? That we need to make sure it's clear. The dice matter. If your
Oh
dice
yeah.
are rolling hot, it's not a big deal. It doesn't seem like it's a whole lot. If the dice are rolling poor, it doesn't matter how little it seems, it's brutal. I've seen a pack of goblins be extremely difficult and extremely easy, all because the dice rolls. The same group, same everything. The dice rolls were hot, the dice rolls were not. Literally completely changed.
Hey.
Yeah, she actually gets it.
And look at all those bonuses. Yes. Yes. +1 to attack
Yep.
rolls. +1 to saves against mental effects. +1 against yeah. Saving throws against fear. We've got all the pluses now. Love it.
That is awesome. And it should be majority of the time that it's active.
It should
I
be.
mean, you need to roll a 7.
Yeah, just have to roll a 7, folks. All right, Kamazu, your turn. Bring this encounter towards a close. Finish up for the night. Been fun. Good session.
Let's slay the beasts.
You got, in my opinion, better bouncer on this group than the at least. Oh,
See? We're not all rolling hot. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. A 5
5.
and a 6. Okay?
It's with the
5 and a
aura.
6.
Yep,
Probably
it's with
guys.
the aura. All right, Living Grove. All right, it's gonna be moving in. 1, 2, 5, 6,
This game.
7. It's gonna move to there, but it will provoke from. Yes, it will provoke from
Mhm.
Nazaro. Miko. Up.
No.
Okay, so this is gonna go on Mazu, Nashmiko, and Willow. So roll. Fine. He, he is fine. She is not, just barely.
No. Not
So
Willow.
the others ignore this completely. She is gonna take double damage.
Double. Why double? I thought she just took normal damage.
Oh yeah, double damage.
She didn't crit fail. She just failed.
Yeah, sorry.
So the others
And
take half,
then we need a fortitude.
right?
Yep. Success. So she's gonna be stunned one. Fine. Bit of bad luck there. And Nashmiko. Do the thing. Always done. A
You go. You go.
cast protect companion
I
again.
choose you, Hist.
Yep, Hist is gonna make the first attack. Doors. Okay, well, we got some damage in there. Less than we should, but what it is. His turn. Start. Have a flank.
Yep. Sorry, trying to decide if there's anything else we should do. Yay.
Dude, I have like a 2 hour break and then I have to run another 5 hour session. uh,
Now the dice have swung back on me. 2, 1.
well, you
I'm
gotta
out.
get your eye in.
It,
They're just trees. How can you just like very dodgy
did you see I
trees?
obliterated the other one while you were over here dawdling with this one? Why haven't you brought this one down yet?
Good question.
Blaming me when all I'm doing is helping. I felled one myself.
Alright, well, he's had his turn, so this will trigger. Want to make an attack of opportunity? It's gonna try and trample us all. Because that's what they do.
Oh, he absolutely wants to do that.
Oh, yeah. And there I see. That's a crit.
Oh, he wasn't targeted.
Crit.
Should be. Let's see here. Yes, 22. That's 11. So yeah, that'd be a crit.
Oh, it's gonna die. This to roll
Critical.
stupid low. You get 14 just from the thing. Alright, let's see it.
36.
Ooh, ah. Yep. Boom. Oh, down it goes.
You see, I can fell beasts and trees.
I didn't say you couldn't. It's mighty feat. That's for sure. Right.
Let's see, you fell one. You have a name of a tree?
She will target that one. Oh, if she can actually hit it.
Angry orc.
Some damage.
Hit. Noise.
Shield.
Oh.
Yeah, we're getting there. Shield and second attack. Actually, no. I am going to aid instead. I'm going to prepare to aid. Masu?
No, he would do it from here.
And I'm going to make an attack. Hit anyway. Nice.
I hit.
So you heal yourself. Hit. And you can heal an
Yes, of course
ally
it does
who's next
expend
to
the
it.
spell, so I need to expend the spell. But then we can do the heal.
Yep, I'll do the damage.
It's the action heal? Is that what it is?
One
Or
action.
2 action.
One action.
Okay.
Still
So
really good.
17 to himself and to Willow.
Right.
Because it has to be him.
Yes, it does.
And then Willow is in melee, so he's going to do that.
So good. It's so good.
Think about that. He just like, I heal and, oh, go ahead and heal as well.
This is what happens
Well,
when
I
you build
damage.
a party to work together and have.
That's the
some
point. This is the
ridiculous-
point of it. We're explaining to people how they intended you to play, not how a lot of the games are run for story. This is like groomed more for success,
Yeah.
success
Now,
tactics.
Nazaru has taken his attack of opportunity, so he doesn't get another one. And guess what it's doing?
Yeah. Does anyone else have attack of opportunity?
Oops. Not what I meant.
No.
Alright, that's gonna be everyone except for the animal companions. Nico. Success. Pillar.
No, not Nazaru.
All right, so I'll do the damage. All of us. So those that got a success get half.
Let me
Gets half. And then that's going to
Man,
trigger something. Actually, Nazaru, can you undo the damage for me for a minute?
from Nazaru?
Yes, just for a second.
Okay.
Because I have Flash of Grandeur. We are going to have Revealing Light there.
Oh, right, because you do that.
And we're going to have Champion's Resistance here.
Nice.
And Dazzled. Boom. So Revealing Light, it's dazzled, and
Fezzle.
if it was invisible, it becomes concealed, and if it was concealed, it's no longer concealed.
Yeah.
And that's just a reaction, and then you take your damage,
So
and now it's only 11 instead of 23.
16.
Or 16, yeah. Still, 16 instead of 23.
But still, no, absolutely. I'm not faulting that. That is awesome.
All right. Well, it did the
That tree's
thing.
probably
And it can end there. That's fine. Let's just make a strike with it.
See, the reason I went here instead of flanking is because I wanted to be able to be within touch range so I could heal them with that strike.
Let's roll a d6, please. It's going to be one or d3. Fine.
D3 or D6?
Let's do d3. Nazaru, Willow, Komozo. Okay, it's going against Willow with its last action, which is a branch, and missed.
Missed. Yay.
All right, Ashmiko. All right, so can command. So we can go this. Um, make some attacks. So it's going to be hissed with the first. That's a hit.
Yay, hissed.
And the Pteranodon gets 1. That's also a hit for. Can you do those 12 damages to the thing, please?
Yes. Just gotta make sure
And
I click him.
Nico will refresh the Protect Companion. So I have to do it. I have to.
Oh,
Back
sorry.
On. Go. And then Nazar.
I bet you can't guess what's gonna happen first. Please. Should be 2 more? No, he is flanked. Okay. That time it worked.
Sweet.
Yep. Because I see that it says 22 is off. So yeah, we're good. So that's a hit. And I know this isn't working, so I'm just going to
We're going to be
put it in there because it makes it quicker.
20.
And to try to end things quicker, he's going to stack it again.
Oh
And
wow!
apparently hit
Yeah,
again.
that'll end it. Any amount of damage at this point with weaknesses should do it. Boom! Wow. So DM, this was
He took all 3 down. He did the killing blow on all 3.
sure did. It's severe encounter.
It was severe. Look at us. So, I mean, we survived by playing our things right, but it wasn't a joke
No,
at all.
no, it wasn't. And you
Like
can imagine if
it
this
was
was not
severe.
a, you know, as good of a party, we would have really
Oh
suffered.
yeah. No. If it was not as good of a party, we would have been. And that is an example of why we said we had those issues with our previous group and in Kingmaker with the group, because the groups weren't built. They were just characters built, right? That's part of what our point of this was to continue the story that we needed to kind of, but also to kind of show this example. And I think this is a good example of showing just that. We survived. It was a lot of damage we took. It was very severe. But if we didn't have the characters built the way they were,
Could have
no,
been a whole lot more.
nah, bruh.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, this has been a fun session. Thank you all for being here. That will wrap us up for tonight. We are going to be back next week with more. And next week, if he can, DM will come up with some cool encounters for us. And if not, just let me know and I'll do what I can. But we got to see this area and it was a cool map and it was cool encounters. So I hope that we've all had fun with that.
I believe I should be good next week,
Yeah, just
but
let
let me
us know.
verify and let you know.
All right.
Um,
Let's see if
in the
our.
States, it's a holiday, so I don't know if my wife was planning on me not
Okay.
being here or whatnot. So I'm
Sure.
just going to verify.
Yeah, no, definitely do that. Definitely important to keep family first and real life first.
I don't think it'll be a problem. I just want to be overly cautious, and I want to give you a heads up just in case.
And we are going to go over to Interpoint Station.
Thank you all for being here. Join us next week. Until then, enjoy this.
Raid message everyone. Please copy and paste if you're going to be joining us, and please do join us and share the love with another RPG streamer. They're going to set us to the ending screen. Please be kind to yourselves, look after yourselves, kind to one another. And from me, Matt and Hat, as always, we'll catch you on the flip side. Bye for now.